The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 7, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Ben Cline to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to advise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to bring attention to the extreme winter storms that continue to batter California and the West Coast, leaving some Californians stranded in their homes and communities across the state with damaged infrastructure, almost over 16 million people that have been impacted in recent weeks. Last week, Governor Newsom declared a state of emergency for 13 counties, including Tulare County, which I represent, and other important areas. State officials estimate that over $1 billion in damage have already been experienced. California's snowpack is approaching record levels, and in most cases that would be good news. In California, Sierra Nevada, they're thinking that this may rival the 1982-1983 snow year. However, what's good news that from a state that suffered long-term drought that had forced residents to cut usage and ration water, farmers to fallow hundreds and thousands of acres of productive land, have left landowners with record number of dry wells in the Central Valley. That was just a few months ago. But now the situation's changed. And with these storms, we now have to do a better job of managing in real time with long-term water regulations that aren't working. We need to better prepare to avoid what happened in communities like Planal, where flooding damaged farms and displaced farm workers in this community and others. That's why we need to fast-track improvements to our water infrastructure, using every tool in our water toolbox to divert water and to recharge overdraft. You can see from the snowpacks here and from the flooding there. This is what's been occurring since the beginning of the first of the year. Therefore, we must increase water storage in all ways, in wet years like this one, to ensure that we can withstand the dry spells. We have projects that have been completed, like the Sites Reservoir, that have been talked about for years, would have been able to store 1.5 million acre-feet of additional water. Thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, we do have federal dollars available to expand projects that are currently in the process. Los Vasqueros, Del Porte reservoirs, raising San Luis Dam, and that will be filled in another 45 days, San Luis Reservoir. In addition, this weekend, we're going to have a major test in California because forecasters are predicting another atmospheric rivers that will provide warm storms. Warm storms are a problem which could melt recent snow up in the mountains. When warm water hits that snow, it melts. And if that happens, our rivers will carry a deluge of water toward vulnerable communities that we may not be able to protect. These massive fluctuations from extreme wet years to extreme dry periods are a result of climate change, and we need to make smart investments to do a better job to prepare for the new reality. Knowing this, we need to make real changes in how we allow water managers to adjust and focus on real-time operations, not some predetermined date rooted in decades-old data. I commend Governor Newsom for issuing an executive order to expand California's capacity to capture storm runoff during these wet times, also accelerating groundwater recharge projects, which is absolutely necessary. Last week, the Bureau of Reclamation announced an initial allocation of 35% south of the Delta for agriculture and water service contractors. We can and should do better. It's understandably a conservative initial allocation, but now we have more heavy rains coming. It's time to raise those allocations to the highest feasible levels. We must divert water to our communities and farmers who are ready and willing to take for groundwater recharge. And toward the future, I'm working to rewrite the Farm Bill this year to improve water conservation, enhance opportunities for groundwater recharge, so that we can adjust to the overdrafted aquifers and attain sustainability. The people of our valley, the San Joaquin Valley, deserve no less, and California, with a new water blueprint, needs to invest the $1.2 trillion in the Bipartisan Investment Act, $4.5 billion for drought relief. Taking action and mastering real-time management will mean that no one goes without having access to clean drinking water. Our farmers can grow food where water flows. We say food grows for our country and for other parts of the world that need that food. And our environment can thrive. That's what we must do. We have a current crisis. We must act now to address that crisis, and that is the challenge we face. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Major General Benjamin Correll of Strawberry Point, Iowa, for his outstanding service as a 37-year member of the Iowa National Guard. Major General Correll retired last week after serving as Iowa National Guard's top general since 2019, leading the Guard through the COVID pandemic. Throughout his decorated career, Major General Correll has deployed overseas to Iraq, Afghanistan, Romania, and Kuwait, and has led several of the National Guard's infantry divisions. He retired with a master's degree and a career full of military awards and accomplishments. Major General Correll plans to spend his retirement with his wife Beth and their 7 grandchildren, passing along the values that guided him through his career. All 3 of his sons are non-commissioned officers in the Iowa Army National Guard, and I wish them the very best as they follow in the footsteps of an excellent father and role model. Coming from my financially challenged family in rural Iowa with no college education, Major General Correll's life journey represents the very best of Iowa and the rest of the country and serves as a shining example for generations to come. I'm grateful for Major General Benjamin Correll's service, and I wish him a relaxing and fulfilling retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize O'Hara True Value Hardware in Ottumwa, Iowa, which is closing after 83 years in business. Martin and Florence O'Hara opened the doors of O'Hara Appliance in January of 1940, but before long, the appliance store quickly shifted into a hardware store, too. Martin had offered home repair advice for years, and the shift came naturally. The O'Haras valued being family-owned and operated, and their children each grew into employees at the shop, including their son Mike, who ultimately took over the business and who I know well. For years, Mike O'Hara has continued his family's legacy in Ottumwa, offering the best service and advice for all things plumbing, electrical, automotive, construction, and repairs. You could take in any kind of screw from any kind of product, and they could tell you what it went for and how to replace it. The store is also famous for having the best Christmas decorations in town, to include live reindeer in a stable outside throughout December. O'Hara has overcome numerous challenges over the last several decades, including major fires, the flood of 1993, and most recently, the COVID pandemic. Mike's commitment to serving his community has always remained clear and steadfast. I'm proud to know Mike and his family, and I wish him the very best in retirement. They so deserve that, but they are going to be greatly missed. The town will cherish their memories from O'Hara's, and we'll all miss going there for home repair needs. Thank you, and I yield back.
And a lady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I found out on Friday of this past week that Cuba's Border Guard and Ministry of Foreign Affairs had been hosted in the North Carolina Congressional District that I'm honored to represent. The Wilmington Port Facilities visit was planned and authorized by the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of State. As one of our nation's oldest adversaries and a state sponsor of terrorism, Cuba's communist government is no friend of the United States or anyone else who believes in freedom. Cuba has a history of being a strategic, Western asset to our greatest adversaries, including China, Russia, and Iran, and they regularly cooperate with narcotics traffickers bringing cocaine, fentanyl, and other deadly drugs to our country. Now, I'm told this trip, as well as others in the past, have been arranged as part of a reciprocal relationship to turn back Cubans fleeing to the United States. So we apparently have this arrangement where we view their ports and security protocols, and they view ours. Now, there is no reason any nation with a state sponsor of terrorism designation should be hosted by the United States, let alone be allowed to analyze sensitive coastal and maritime security protocols. Ironically, the decision to designate Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism and the decision to authorize this trip were made by the same agencies. This action flies in the face of the purpose of both the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of State and makes a mockery of American strength against our adversaries. The shores of North Carolina's 7th Congressional District are used and enjoyed by its residents and countless tourists from across the country. It is our responsibility to ensure the security of our maritime borders, and our Coast Guard often serves as the first line of defense against these threats. This visit, Mr. Speaker, was a clear national security risk. I don't know how one could view it otherwise. Mr. Speaker, bottom line is this visit should have never happened, and the American people deserve to know what steps were taken to protect our national security interest. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the productive life of the Honorable Congressman Edward Ford Weber of Toledo, Ohio, a gifted lawyer and a man for others. Throughout his life and during his congressional service beginning in 1981, he worked hard to serve the people of Northwest Ohio during those tumultuous economic times. He was a gentleman and a veteran, dedicated to his family, to our community of Toledo, and to our country. He earned a Phi Beta Kappa from Denison University, was president of his fraternity, and captain of the men's tennis team. He was married to the love of his life, Alice Hammerstrom, for 66 years. They've reared 3 wonderful children, 6 grandchildren, and 1 great-granddaughter. Ed was committed to education and to music as well, and tutored children in reading within the Toledo public school system in some of our most challenged neighborhoods, in addition to the teaching he did at the University of Toledo Law School. Ed practiced law in Toledo for nearly half a century, at Marshall Melhorn first, and then eventually founded his own firm and generously kept giving of himself to numerous endeavors to improve Toledo. Our zoo, the Toledo Museum of Art, which is world class, to the Boy Scouts, to the YMCA, to the Toledo Museum of Art, also world class, to the Red Cross, and numerous charitable foundations. He kept giving back through his deep commitment to the people of Toledo and surrounding communities, and we needed him. He understood the impact and importance of civic duty. Today, America salutes Edward Ford Weber for his lifelong, noble, honorable service. We honor and remember his constructive life and the ethic that imbued his spirit. The last time I had the pleasure of seeing him was at the Toledo Club. He had a Wednesday group, and all these guys would meet. They basically had formally retired from their professions, but they really didn't retire from life, and they were having one great time. Our prayers are extended to his loved ones. May they be comforted by the love and memories they hold in their hearts, and may the angels carry their beloved husband, father, and grandfather to a place of peace and joy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor, thank, and express sincerest gratitude for an incredible group of students at Penn State University. This group of students have spent the last year dedicating countless hours to support a fantastic cause benefiting pediatric cancer patients. I'm talking about THAWN. This year-long fundraising effort culminates in an annual 46-hour dance marathon to support more than 4,500 families financially and emotionally with children who are battling cancer. On February 17th, Penn State students, staff, family, friends, volunteers, and spectators filled the Bryce Jordan Center for the 51st Penn State IFC Pan-Hellenic Dance Marathon, more widely known as THAWN, to raise money for the Four Diamonds Foundation. THAWN was founded in 1973 by Penn State fraternities and sororities. What began as a small fundraiser bringing in $2,000 in its inaugural year has flourished into a campus-wide effort with more than 16,000 student volunteers across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In 1977, THAWN partnered with the Four Diamonds Foundation, and since then, not a single Four Diamonds family has received a medical bill thanks to the tireless work and dedication of Penn State students. The Four Diamonds Foundation was founded by Charles and Irma Millard in 1972 after their son Christopher lost his battle with cancer at 11 years old. Before Christopher passed away, he wrote a story about a great knight who sought out the four diamonds of courage, wisdom, honesty, and strength to be saved from the evil sorceress. His parents realized those four qualities were all necessary to overcome cancer, and they created the Four Diamonds Foundation in his memory. Over the past 50 years, THAWN has grown into the largest student-run philanthropy in the world. Students stood from 6 p.m. on Friday, February 17th until 4 p.m. on Sunday, February 19th. While it was an impressive feat to hold, what is even more incredible is the drive, fortitude, and flexibility these students showed in their commitment to this cause. This year, Penn State students raised a record $15,006,132.46. And to date, students have shattered records and raised more than $200 million, making THAWN the largest student-run philanthropic effort in the world. Of course, their dedication is to be applauded. But ask any Penn State student and they'll agree, THAWN isn't about them. It's about the children and the families fighting cancer. THAWN is for the kids. It's for the families to focus on celebrating more birthdays, piano recitals, science fairs, and graduations, and every other milestone a child should celebrate without fear. THAWN exists so one day parents never have to hear the words, "Your child has cancer." Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of these students, but more importantly, I'm proud of the children and the families who have the courage to fight back against pediatric cancer. Congratulations once again to everyone involved in this year's THAWN. We are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the Republic of Turkey. The more I learn, the more I'm appalled that they are allowed to remain in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. From their historic and well-documented persecution of Armenians' human rights abuse, even today, and their objections to Sweden and Finland joining NATO, why do we keep or even trust Turkey as a partner in maintaining world order? Major issues related to Iran, Syria, Russia, Armenia, Azerbaijan. Turkey is involved and not always helpful to our interests. It's time to rethink this arrangement. My district in New York has a sizable population of Armenian descendants, multi-generation, first generation, and new arrivals. These citizens have close ties and legitimate concerns about what is going on over there in Armenia. To my constituents, yes, I will co-sponsor House Resolution 108, but I will also ask this legislative body and my friends in the Senate to reconsider our continued partnership with Turkey. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. For years, we have witnessed a concerted effort by activists on the left to abolish the natural family. The natural family, a man and woman committed for life to each other and to their children, was ordained by God as the foundation of our society. The natural family is essential for our nation to prosper because the family is the root of self-government, service, community, personal responsibility, and faith in God. That is why today I'm launching the Congressional Family Caucus. The Congressional Family Caucus will serve to defend the natural family from attempts by the radical left to erode this core foundation of our society. The left advances abortion, fatherlessness, surgical castration, and atheism. These woke progressives attempt to diminish parental rights by eliminating parental consent and replacing families with the state. Families are the bedrock of our values and protectors of our youth. According to Deuteronomy 6, in the context of traditional family in the home, we are to diligently instruct our children to love God and to obey His commandments. I believe we have a moral obligation as servant representatives to protect and to conserve the family. Families have made this country great. I'm honored to be joined by Representatives Diana Harshbarger from Tennessee and Representative Brian Babin from Texas in our efforts to protect the family. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to announce that I am reintroducing my bill, the Protect Children's Innocence Act. This bill will stop gender-affirming care on children. It will protect children from the heinous and evil ideology that is grooming kids and making a profit off of horrific surgeries that mutilate their genitals, give them life-altering medications like puberty blockers, hormone therapy that will have permanent damage to their bodies for the rest of their life before these kids are even grown up, before they've graduated from high school, before they're old enough to vote, before they're old enough to get a tattoo, ink on their own skin, before they're old enough to join the military, before they're old enough to make adult decisions. This is an important bill that Congress must pass. My bill will charge any person who knowingly performs gender-affirming care on a minor with a Class C felony. It will prohibit all taxpayer-funded gender-affirming care. It will prohibit institutions or higher education from providing instruction on gender-affirming care. There's nothing affirming about lying to children that they can change their gender, because you cannot change your gender. My bill will deem aliens who are determined to have performed gender-affirming care on a minor as ineligible to receive visas or be admitted into the United States. We need to take a strong stand in the United States of America that we do not abuse our children or sexualize them in any way. This is an important bill that must be passed, and I'll give you some examples. In 2021, there was a father in Texas who lost custody of his twin 7-year-old sons because he attempted to stop one of the boys from transitioning his gender. The mother began transitioning the boy when he was only 2 years old and then tried to enroll him in a pediatric gender clinic at age 5. This child, this young boy, needs to be protected, and his father has the rights to do it. But they didn't give him his rights. Last summer, Boston Children's Hospital released videos promoting gender dysphoria and offering sterilization, castration, and mutilation of children. These videos not only explained its genital mutilation surgeries, but they were also promoting these surgeries to kids and their parents. By the way, this is for profit. Also, just recently, Jamie Reed, who worked at one of more than 100 pediatric gender clinics across the United States, publicly came out to discuss the atrocities happening to children at these gender clinics. When a female takes testosterone, the profound and permanent effects of the hormone can be seen in a matter of months. Voices drop, beards sprout, body fat is redistributed, sexual interest explodes, aggression increases, and mood can be unpredictable. One of the side effects includes sterility. As a matter of fact, after only 4 to 5 years of taking testosterone, there have been many young women under the age of 18 that have had to have hysterectomies because of the damage done inside of them. But even more horrific is the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, signed a bill into law to provide refuge for trans kids and their families. This bill will protect trans kids and their families that flee to California from states like Alabama, Texas, or Idaho, or any other state that criminalizing the parents of trans kids for allowing them to receive gender-affirming care. My bill will protect these children and stop a state like California and the monsters and the groomers and the child predators in that state that look to damage them before they ever grow up. There are many states that are working hard to protect kids, but we don't have enough states doing it, and that's why it's the responsibility of Republicans in Congress to protect children. This is imperative. We know what the left is trying to do, and we should have listened to them when they told us. Remember the San Francisco Men's Choir actually singing a song announcing that they're coming for our children? That's a threat that we should not ignore. We've had enough with drag queen shows in elementary schools and middle schools and high schools. We've had enough of drag queens gyrating in front of children in the public square. These groomers and child predators must be stopped because they're sexualizing children for profit in a multi-billion-dollar medical industry that looks to grow and grow. Something must be done to protect the sacred identity of children because God made children. God made all of us, male and female, in his image he made us. And God doesn't make mistakes. I urge every single Republican and members of Congress to co-sponsor my bill, and we must get it passed. This isn't just a Republican issue. This is an issue across the board. All voters agree. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Salinas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise today in support of the PRO Act. My family's story is an American one, a union one. It's the story of how a good-paying union job gave a family of immigrants and first-generation Americans a pathway out of poverty and into the middle class. Sadly, stories like mine are harder to find these days. Unions have seen their power diminished as the American dream grows further and further out of reach for the average working family. And that's why I'm so proud to be an original co-sponsor of the Protecting the Right to Organize Act, because it's time to make that dream a reality again. The PRO Act will empower Oregonians and all Americans to exercise their right to organize, hold employers accountable for violating their rights, and participate in free and fair union elections. This landmark legislation will go a long way toward protecting the most vulnerable workers who courageously showed up for their communities, even during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. From teachers to nurses to home care workers, these people, many of whom are women and women of color, are everyday heroes, and they deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. In 2022, America's unionization rate fell to its lowest on record. But in Oregon, we reached new heights. Our state is home to 318,000 proud unionized workers, making up about 18% of our workforce. In fact, we're now the fourth most unionized state in America, something I know Oregonians and we should all be proud of. In the face of record-breaking corporate profits and a growing wealth gap, workers in Oregon have united to champion a deeply American cause, economic opportunity for all. From Starbucks to Fred Meyer, Nabisco to Burgerville, working Oregonians from all walks of life are coming together to say, we have had enough. We've had enough of corporate greed and union busting. We've had enough of wage stagnation and dangerous work environments. We've had enough of fighting tooth and nail for the benefits that we deserve. We've had enough. And now the burden falls on us. As lawmakers, we have a duty to answer the rising call for change. We have a duty to not only protect good-paying jobs, but to expand that opportunity for everyone. Because at the end of the day, America is only as strong as its middle class. So let's pass the PRO Act and show the world how strong we really are. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Ms. Harshbarger, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes. Okay. I want to start by saying I'm honored to be the co-chair of the Congressional Family Caucus. We've seen the decline of the traditional family for many years, and it's not by chance this has occurred. We have come to a point in society that the restoration of the family is of the utmost importance. Russell Kirk wrote about the problem this way, and I quote, "We cannot feel any affection for our country unless we first love those near to us." The conservative feels that the family is the natural source and core of any good society, and when the family decays, a dreary collectivism is sure to supplant it, and the principal instrument of moral instruction, ordinary education, and satisfactory economic life always must remain the family. Kirk goes on to say there are now very powerful forces at work to diminish the influence of the family among us and even to destroy the family for all purposes except mere generation. Some of these forces are material and unintentional, like cheap amusements and transportation, which encourage members of the family to spend nearly all their time outside the family circle, the assumption of the old educational functions of the family by public schools. He continues on, but other forces hostile to the family and not merely impersonal and unconscious, they are more or less deliberate, and they may be countered by intelligent action in the social and educational and political spheres. The chief of these ominous forces is the deliberate desire of certain people to have the political state assume nearly all the responsibilities which the family once possessed. This movement is the most thorough and disastrous form of collectivism. The shrewd totalitarian mentality knows well the powers of innate kinship and religious devotion for keeping alive in a population values and incentives which might well in the future serve as the basis of resistance. Thus, to emancipate each member, and especially the younger members from the family, was an absolute necessity. And this planned spiritual alienation from kinship was accomplished not only through the negative processes of spying and informing, but through the sapping of the functional foundations of family membership and through the substitution of new and attractive political roles for each of the social roles embodied in the family structure. What the totalitarian must have for the realization of his design is a spiritual and a cultural vacuum. And he goes on to list some of the deliberate techniques of the mass state for undermining the family. Number one is taking the instruction of children entirely away from the parents by the official adoption of theories that prescribe educating the whole child in the state schools with the corresponding deprivation of parental intelligence and rights. Number two is creating youth organizations to take young people quite out of the sphere of the family in their leisure hours and to indoctrinate them in the ideology of mass state. Third thing is abolishing the inheritance of family property through confiscatory inheritance taxes or through income tax policies that leave small margin for family savings. And the fourth one is planned encouragement of divorce or sexual freedom and deprivation of women through positive legislation or official propaganda with the aim of weakening the bonds of affection within the family that offer a strong barrier to the wishes of the total state. The traditional family, which like many old-fashioned things, is an indispensable thing. It gives us those roots without which we all would just be so many lonely little atoms of humanity, unprincipled and at the mercy of some iron political domination. Do you know when this little book was written, Mr. Speaker? That was written in 1957. Kirk's insights about family, the importance of private property, education, religion, and a dozen other subjects not only remain completely sound, but now they seem downright prophetic. We were warned about the attacks on the family unit more than 60 years ago. That is why, as chosen leaders, we have the responsibility to protect the sanctity of the traditional family, because marriage and family are institutions unique to human beings among all of God's creation. And in modern day wordings by the author Tim Clinton in a book from 2021, he says this: "Suffice it to say that the deterioration of the American family is the source of nearly every symptom of cultural decline, from criminal activity to plunging academic performances, from damaged mental health to poor physical health, from rising poverty to shredded social networks." And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege today of honoring Jack Holder, who passed away on February 24th, 2023, at the age of 101. Jack was a constituent and a U.S. Navy veteran of the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Battle of Midway, Guadalcanal, and dozens upon dozens of missions in support of the Allied forces during World War II. Born Joseph Norman Holder on December 13, 1921, Jack was raised in a farming family in Gunter, Texas. Jack's father served in the trenches of World War I, and his uncle flew crop dusters over the family farm. And with that heritage, it was only natural that combat aviation was the fit for Jack when he joined the U.S. Navy on April 24, 1940, at 18 years old. Jack attended boot camp and trained as an aviation machinist and mechanic in San Diego. He was then assigned to Flying Boat Squadron based on Ford Island in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Jack recalled how soon after he lined up for roll call that fateful Sunday morning, the first bomb was dropped on Pearl Harbor only about 100 yards from him. He wrote how he heard, quote, "the screaming aircraft with the rising sun insignia and loud explosions," and how, as I looked up, I saw a plane circle and head straight for me, so he jumped in a nearby ditch. Jack never forgot that moment, seeing the face of the pilot, hearing the roar of the plane's engine, and the sight of his guns aimed right at him. Nor did he ever forget the prayer he offered: "God, don't let me die in this ditch." Thankfully, Jack was spared, and that ditch would become a makeshift machine gun nest that he would man for the next 3 days. After the attack at Pearl Harbor, Jack flew missions in support of Hawaii and Midway. At Midway, Jack's aircraft was the second to spot the Japanese fleet, but his was the first to transmit the fleet's position clearly to the USS Yorktown. Jack's crew would later fly 48 missions in support of the Solomon Island campaign, including at Guadalcanal. Jack then transitioned to a Navy variant of the B-24, performing in 56 anti-sub patrols in the English Channel and assisted in sinking a German submarine. In total, Jack flew over 100 missions and was one of the select few who flew combat missions in both the European and Pacific theaters. For his brave service, he was twice awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross and received 6 Air Medals, a Presidential Citation, and 6 Commendation Medals. Jack was honorably discharged in 1948 and would go on to become a pilot and an aviation engineer. My office honored Jack several years ago at my Salute to Veterans event celebrating Veterans Day. I've heard over the years from constituents and veterans who attended the event that the retelling of Jack's courageous acts during and after the attack on Pearl Harbor formed a lasting impression that will remain in their hearts and minds forever. Jack, you are more than a constituent. You are a hero, a patriot, and a good friend. You gave so much to preserve this nation in the face of tyranny. Your love for these United States, our Constitution, and our freedom were an inspiration to so many, and I pray that future generations will appreciate and follow your example. Fair winds and following seas, my friend. You will never be forgotten. I'll yield.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? O Lord our God, we look to you, to the mountains you have formed, to the heavens where you dwell, and still we find ourselves asking, where does our help come from? Sometimes when we don't look in your direction at all, the answers we so desperately look for are that much more elusive. O Maker of heaven and earth, remind us again that our help comes from you. You will not let our steps slip when our path is difficult. You will stay awake with us in the anxiety of our sleeplessness. Be our shade in the heat of this day, the heat of argument, the fever of illness, the firestorms of hatred. Keep us from all harm that threatens us, the hurt from an ill-meaning word, the dangers of public service, the injury of our own forms of self-destruction. Watch over us this day, in the comings and goings from meetings to meetings, and in the travel that brings us here to serve. Watch over our lives now and forevermore. Into your everlasting arms we find our hope, and in your eternal name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Please repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary,
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-645, an act cited as the Fighting Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Act of 2023, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, if you lined up the $10 trillion that the Congressional Budget Office reports will owe as interest on our national debt, if you line that up in $100 bills, it would stretch from New York City to Los Angeles and then back again. This money does nothing to keep us safe. It does nothing to fund Medicare, and it does nothing to secure our border. This debt has caused skyrocketing inflation. It has decimated savings accounts. It's mortgaged our nation's future, all for short-term political gain. It's time to stop the runaway spending on Green New Deal priorities that fail to help the American people. When President Biden unveils his budget on Thursday, it must include a plan to reduce our debt. It must return to common sense fiscal restraint and protect American taxpayers who cannot afford to keep wasting money on reckless budget proposals. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, House Democrats have always put people over politics, but House Republicans continue to prioritize their own power and pocketbooks instead of solving problems. House Democrats have lowered kitchen table costs for Americans by lowering health care coverage prices, capping out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors, and giving Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices. Additionally, we have helped make clean energy more affordable to American families through rebates and tax credits. Meanwhile, House Republicans continue threatening to raise taxes on families and cut Social Security and Medicare funding. Our seniors are dependent on these vital programs. These extreme MAGA Republicans are focused on political games at the risk of thousands of Americans' livelihoods. I will always put people over politics today, tomorrow, and every day. People over politics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the Winchester Rescue Mission on celebrating 50 years of caring for the homeless in our community. In July of 1973, Morris Whitaker took out a $20,000 loan and bought a building to convert it into a homeless shelter for men, and the Rescue Mission was born. Over a decade later, the Rescue Mission extensively expanded its operations to help more people in need, adding a commercial kitchen and increasing the number of beds. Most recently, the current CEO and Executive Director, Brandon Thomas, spearheaded the opening of a new 4-bed shelter for women in a single-family home and purchased a separate building to add 15 more beds for displaced women. Brandon now has plans to convert a former restaurant into a homeless shelter later this year on Valley Avenue in Winchester. This new venture will offer even more services to help local residents without permanent housing address mental health and addiction issues, learn how to properly care for themselves, and find jobs in affordable housing. Communities all over the country face an at times daunting task of caring for large numbers of homeless people, but under Brandon's leadership and the 4 others who led prior, the Winchester Rescue Mission has proven that with compassion and commitment and selfless love to folks who need it most, anything is possible. Congratulations again to the Winchester Rescue Mission, and I wish you another 50 years of success. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. America is heavily in debt and living beyond its means. Last month, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office issued a report projecting a federal budget deficit of $1.4 trillion for the 2023. Further, the net interest on our national debt will amount to $10.5 trillion, burden in taxes for families over the next decade, destroying jobs. The nation has had a record increase in revenue, but unfortunately under Biden and Democrats, spending has surpassed the amount of money raised. This reckless and irresponsible spending has led to horrific debt as a threat to our children and grandchildren. The newly elected House Republican majority, led by Speaker Kevin McCarthy, is committed to creating jobs with an economy that is strong and fiscally responsible. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. Thank you, Tucker Carlson, last night. With January 6, Tucker Investigates, which Glenn Beck has correctly identified as every level has been lying about January 6. End of quote. The truth has finally been revealed.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to announce that I'm introducing a House resolution to designate Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. America has had enough of these terrorists. Just this past weekend, Antifa-affiliated rioters set fire to the future Atlanta police training facility by attacking it, an organized attack that's all captured on video. Molotov cocktails and other destructive items, fireworks, they all fired at police officers and set fire to the construction site, causing much damage. There were over 30 people arrested. Now here's the issue. Only 2 of them were actually from Georgia. The rest of them were from other places in the country, and several of them from other countries like France and Canada. One of them happened to be an attorney for the Southern Poverty Law Center. That's disgraceful. This all comes on the heels of after Antifa terrorizing Americans for years now. Never forget, in the summer of 2020, Antifa caused over $2 billion in damage, setting fires to cities, businesses, and attacking police officers and killing people. Yet over 95% of those arrested had their charges dropped. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise the similar remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. For over 2 years, many institutions, federal agencies, and the mainstream media demonized anyone who suggested that the COVID-19 leaked from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Senator Tom Cotton was ridiculed for simply suggesting that the lab leak was a possibility. Leading scientists, doctors, and pundits were censored for questioning the natural origins theory promoted by Dr. Anthony Fauci, the NIH, and CDC. Now, FBI Director Chris Wray and the Department of Energy are reporting that the pandemic most likely originated from a lab leak at Wuhan. Big tech and the media work to actively suppress this theory and ridicule anyone who promoted it. At a time when accurate information was vital to saving lives, the people and institutions who we trusted to tell the truth lied to the American people and worked to hide important information. House Republicans have been demanding transparency on the origins of COVID since the pandemic began. We must get to the truth of how this pandemic started so we can protect ourselves from future possible outbreaks. Americans deserve to know the truth about their government, what it knew and when it knew it. We must restore faith and trust in government and institutions, and it starts with transparency and accountability.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the incredible effort of my Hernando County constituents from Brooksville, Florida, who mobilized rapidly under the skillful leadership of Hernando County Sheriff Al Nieheis to search for a 2-year-old J.J. Rowland, who went missing for 24 hours earlier. Against all hope, Sheriff Nieheis and his team of dedicated professionals coordinated a colossal effort with hundreds of volunteers in their search for little JJ. Through the power of prayer and the remarkable instincts of volunteer Roy Link, a retired Marine, the sweet, precious child was found safe and sound, deep in the woods, 1.5 miles from the home he wandered from. What a miracle, Mr. Speaker. I'm so proud and honored to represent this loving and faithful community. God bless them all. I yield back the balance of my time, and thank you for all of you who prayed for this wonderful.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and memory of a member of the greatest generation, a Congressional Gold Medal recipient, an American hero, Montford Point Marine Corporal Linwood Holland. A constituent of Virginia's 2nd Congressional District, Corporal Holland passed away in Suffolk on February 16th at the age of 99 years old. He leaves behind a legacy of bravery, perseverance, and love of country. In 1942, Linwood Holland traveled to Richmond, Virginia to enlist in the United States war effort. In the face of adversity and discrimination, he became one of the first Black Americans to serve in the Marine Corps. Over the course of World War II, more than 20,000 Montford Point Marines served in segregated units. Corporal Holland served our nation and the Marine Corps honorably, fighting in the consequential battles of Guadalcanal, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa. He courageously paved the way for future generations of Black Americans and U.S. Marines. The Suffolk community, the Commonwealth of Virginia, and the United States as a whole have lost a valiant member of the greatest generation. Mr. Speaker, please join me in mourning the loss of Corporal Holland and honoring this American hero for his service. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from American Samoa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to the 5 Pacific Island countries in Micronesia who at their summit in February called for Russia to end its war against Ukraine. Following their summit, these countries, Marshall Islands, Palau, Federated States of Micronesia, Kiribati, and Nauru, joined a UN General Assembly resolution demanding that Russia, quote, immediately and unconditionally withdraw all of its military forces from Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, last September I addressed the Pacific Island Conference of Leaders, the heads of all Pacific governments, independent and territorial. At that gathering, I urged leaders to resist any overtures by China until China also demands Russia to stop its war with Ukraine. Quote, before you even think about negotiating any agreements with Beijing, you should be asking China to live up to international standards on climate change, close quote. I concluded by asking them to use their international leverage and prestige to tell China not to support Russia in any way in its unjust war in Ukraine. Job well done by America's friends in the Pacific. Soifua, ma'yamanwia.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of H.Res. 194 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 194, Resolution electing members to the Joint Committee of Congress on the Library and the Joint Committee on Printing.
Is there objection to the consideration of the resolution? Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The chair lays before the House of Communication.
The chair lays before the House of Communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Sir, pursuant to Section 4C of House Resolution 5, 118th Congress, I am pleased to appoint the following member to the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission to serve as the Democratic co-chairman, the Honorable James P. McGovern of Massachusetts. Signed sincerely, Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic Leader.
The chair lays before the House of Communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Sir, this is to notify you formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, that I, Jacob Woollock, field representative/caseworker for the Honorable Linda T. Sanchez, U.S. Representative for the 38th Congressional District of California, have been served with a subpoena for testimony issued by the Superior Court of Los Angeles County, State of California. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have determined that compliance with the subpoena is consistent with the privileges and rights of the House. Signed sincerely, Jacob Woollock, field representative/caseworker.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
12A of Rule 1.
Do we want to?
8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered and votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions until a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 502 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 502, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to ensure that the Secretary of Veterans Affairs repays members of the armed forces for certain contributions made by such members towards post-9/11 educational assistance and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Rule 20, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 502 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Representative Banks' bill, H.R. 502, as amended. And I am pleased to support Representative Banks' bill to ensure that all service members who are paid into the GI Bill are properly repaid. You know, this bill would close a financial loophole that prevents at least 25,000 active duty service members from receiving the repayment they are due. You know, under current law, a service member who switched from the Montgomery to the post-9/11 GI Bill would lose $1,200 that they paid into the program if they exhausted their benefits while still on active duty. You know, veterans who exhaust their benefits already receive the $1,200 back. Now, Representative Banks' bill would fix this policy to ensure that service members and veterans who are pursuing a higher education degree are treated equally. Service members have earned this benefit by protecting our country. They should not be there should not be shortchanged just because they are getting an education while still on active duty. This bill would include a short-term extension of VA home loan funding fees to fully offset the cost of this bill. I thank the American Legion for bringing this problem to our attention. I would also like to thank Congressman Banks for reintroducing this important bill that will make a big difference for thousands of active duty servicemen and women. And I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 502. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 502 as amended, legislation to ensure veterans can recoup the money they paid into the Montgomery GI Bill. Under current law, veterans who do not fully access their Montgomery GI Bill can lose out on the payments they made into the program, in some cases totaling up to $1,200. The Montgomery GI Bill is in the process of being phased out for the more generous Forever GI Bill. Many veterans may not remember the $1,200 they paid into the program in their early days of service, or even be aware that they're entitled to a refund of the unused funds. The process to reclaim that $1,200 can be difficult, and there are times when the veteran can simply lose out on the money because they waited too long. This legislation eliminates that cumbersome process by making it so that the veteran is repaid, no questions asked. The bill is fully offset and supported by the Veteran Service Organization community, including by Student Veterans of America. I thank Representative Banks for his work on this legislation and the VSO community for bringing this issue to our committee. We were able to pass this legislation out of the House last fall, but unfortunately, the Senate was unable to consider it. That is why I am thankful we can consider this bill early in 2023, giving our colleagues in the Senate plenty of time to complete it. No disrespect to the Senate, Mr. Speaker. I urge the rest of my colleagues to support this legislation to ensure no veteran loses out on what is owed to them, and I certainly hope that members of the House who aspire to be senators will remember what it's like to be a House member and make sure this never happens again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now recognize the sponsor of this legislation, the gentleman from Indiana, Representative Banks, for 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding. I appreciate his leadership on all issues related to our veterans in this great country. And I thank the comments from the ranking member as well and his leadership of this committee over the last few years, too. This legislation is simple. It closes an unintentional loophole in the law which hurts many of our nation's veterans. It would equalize the treatment of service members and veterans who paid into the Montgomery GI Bill, or the MGIB, but later used the post-9/11 GI Bill. Presently, veterans may choose between the MGIB and the post-9/11 GI Bill, both of which help pay for their education. The MGIB requires a $100 monthly fee for the first 12 months of active duty. The quirk is that $1,200 is then refunded to service members only as an attachment to their housing allowance. For veterans who don't receive a housing allowance from the VA, they also haven't been receiving the $1,200 that they're entitled to. This is a complicated issue that no one intended to happen, but this bill closes the loophole by directing the VA to make the repayment before the service member exhausts their education assistance. I appreciate the support for this bill. Hope the House will pass it today so that we can fix this unintentional problem and do something important to help our veterans. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. I yield. Reserve.
Gentleman yields back. Reserves. Excuse me.
I reserve.
I'm ready to close as well.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 502 as amended, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation, and I also want to join with the ranking member in telling the Senate that this is a really good bill they should take up right away. We want to encourage them to do that, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 502 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 753 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 753, a bill to direct the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to use on-site regulated medical waste treatment systems at certain Department of Affairs facilities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 753 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 753, as amended, the VA Cost Saving Enhancement Act. I am proud to reintroduce this bill, this Congress. The bill will require VA to conduct a medical waste cost analysis at VA medical centers nationwide. This would identify VA facilities where it would be more cost-effective to install waste incinerators on site rather than contracting a third party to ship medical waste to be destroyed off site. Only around 20% of our VA facilities have a medical waste system installed. My bill would change that. In return, saving VA tens of millions of dollars annually. By supporting my bill, we would create a safer and cleaner environment at our VA hospitals. We would also be better stewards of the taxpayers' dollars without diminishing the services to our veterans. Our nation's veterans deserve safest medical practices, and nothing, including waste management, should fall short of that. This bill is a win-win. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in support of this H.R. 753 as amended today. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 753 as amended, the VA Cost Savings Enhancements Act. This bill will require the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to develop an analytical model to compare the costs of off-site versus on-site regulated medical waste treatment. VA will further be required to install on-site regulated medical waste treatment systems at VA facilities that would realize cost savings within a 5-year period. Now, regulated medical waste is any type of waste generated by healthcare facilities that may be contaminated by blood, bodily fluids, or other potentially infectious materials. There are federal and state requirements governing how it must be handled and how it may be transported given the infection transmission risks it poses. On-site regulated medical waste sterilization systems would enable VA medical facilities to treat and compact this waste before it is transported off-site for disposal. There are potential cost savings associated with being able to sterilize and compact medical waste before it is taken off-site. Trucking costs are higher for untreated medical waste because of all the precautions that must be taken to comply with applicable state and federal regulations when transporting it, and because it takes more trucks to move the waste if it is not compacted first. So I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I thank the Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no other speakers on this particular piece of legislation, and I'm ready to close if the gentleman is ready.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close, and I reserve.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask all my colleagues again to join me in passing H.R. 753 as amended, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I encourage all members to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 753 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 815 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 815, a bill to amend Title 38, United States Code, to make certain improvements relating to the eligibility of veterans to receive reimbursement for emergency treatment furnished through the Veterans Community Care Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have at least 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 815 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 815, the Relieve Act as amended. This bill would close a loophole by covering emergency room medical expenses for veterans that are newly enrolled in the VA care. Under current law, VA does not reimburse veterans for emergency care received in the community if they have not visited a VA facility within 2 years. This policy includes veterans who are newly enrolled in the VA healthcare system but may not be considered active patients. As a result, inactive veterans patients and their families could be met with undue payment burdens if they receive urgent medical treatment outside of the VA. Representative McMorris-Rodgers bill H.R. 815, as amended, will correctly close this gap in the emergency room services. This will help those in need at their most vulnerable time by extending VA reimbursement for 60 days after the veteran's enrollment in the VA health care. As chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee and a veteran, I have heard from fellow veterans who have been wrongfully affected by this confusing policy. And one of my top priorities in Congress is to ensure that veterans receive necessary care without worrying about payment burdens and the bureaucratic red tape. I'd like to thank Representative McMorris-Rodgers and General Berkman and Representative Pappas for introducing this common sense legislation that takes care of our nation's veterans by making sure they receive the care that they deserve. Now, I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 815 as amended, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 815, the Relieve Act as amended, which is sponsored by Representative McMorris-Rodgers and co-sponsored by our committee members, Representatives Pappas and Bergman. It will address a gap for a small population of veterans who first enrolled in VA health care within the last 60 days to be covered for emergency care in the community, even if they have not received any services from a VA provider. Existing VA authorities for coverage of emergency care in the community are extremely complex. They are also not well understood by veterans, who often end up blindsided by massive medical bills that they can't afford. Under current law, VA can only cover emergency care in the community for a non-service connected condition if the veteran was enrolled in VA health care and had used VA care within the 24 months before the emergency care episode. Now, this bill would make an exception for veterans who first enrolled in VA health care within 60 days before their emergency care episode. Such veterans may not have had a reason to use VA care yet, or they may have experienced a wait time for a routine appointment. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 815 as amended, which will help ensure veterans who are new to VA health care will be covered for unexpected medical emergencies. I would also like to highlight a new meaningful benefit for veterans who are experiencing acute suicidal crises. It is important for veterans and their families and caregivers to know that VA has now implemented legislation I championed to remove cost from the equation when veterans are in imminent risk of self-harm. VA will now fully cover up to 30 days of inpatient or residential care or up to 90 days of outpatient care for veterans who are experiencing an acute suicidal crisis, regardless of whether the veteran has ever enrolled in or used VA health care benefits. Any veteran experiencing a mental health crisis should call 988 and press 1 to speak with a trained professional from the Veterans Crisis Line. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would now like to yield 1 minute to Ms. McMorris-Rodgers from Washington State.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Relieve Act. I introduced this bill after a veteran from Spokane reached out for my help. She had recently retired from service and was days away from her first VA appointment when she had a heart attack. She was rushed to the ER where she made a full recovery, but the VA refused to pay for her care. Why? Because she hadn't seen a VA doctor in the last 24 months. And it didn't matter that she had just enrolled or that many VA facilities have 30 to 60 day delays. They denied her coverage she needed, and her bills were piling up. The Relieve Act would make this right. It waives the 24-month rule for 60 days, giving veterans time to establish care and ensure their quality, that they qualify for outside emergency coverage. I'm grateful to my colleagues, the leadership of the committee, as well as Jack Bergman and Chris Pappas, for helping lead this bill to eliminate the emergency coverage gap. And I urge my colleagues to join in giving veterans the treatment that they've earned. I yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
At this time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the ranking member of the DAMA subcommittee, Representative Pappas of the great state of New Hampshire.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to Representative Takano for yielding, for your leadership, along with Chairman Boss in getting this legislation to the floor. And I want to thank Representatives McMorris-Rogers and Representative Bergman for co-sponsoring this bill, which covers an important issue. This is emergency care coverage for veterans under the Community Care Program. This would close a glaring gap in emergency care for veterans who are transitioning from DOD to VA care. Now, right now, VA's failure to cover emergency care during this transitional period can result in a crippling amount of debt for veterans who need this kind of care. And these coverage gaps are all too common for our veterans. I've heard about it from my own constituents. In my first month in office, I was contacted by a veteran in Danville, New Hampshire, who put off seeking care for a medical emergency because he was unsure that VA would cover this care. No veteran should ever think twice about seeking care during a medical emergency or be faced with exorbitant medical bills as a result of this care. So let's eliminate this gap for veterans who are recently enrolled in VA care. This is an important step forward represented by this legislation. There's certainly more work to do, but I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation today, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to recognize for 2 minutes my good friend from Michigan, Representative Jack Bergman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a veteran and member of both Armed Services and Veterans Affairs Committees, assisting those in uniform as they transition from military service into civilian life and VA care is one of my top priorities. Too often, we see veterans get lost in the cracks of bureaucracy that fails to receive, and they fail to receive the health care they deserve through the VA, or facing unfair penalties while attempting to navigate life after their military service. While we have made tremendous strides to improve veteran access to health care through the VA Community Care Program, significant coverage gaps remain, and more improvements must be made by Congress. Under current law, a veteran must have received health services at a VA facility within the past 2 years to be approved for retroactive coverage for emergency treatment through the Community Care Program. This ignores the reality that it often takes more than a month for veterans to complete their first appointment at a VA facility following their enrollment in VA Health. This creates a gap in coverage that can force crippling debt onto a recently separated service member who is seeking emergency care. No veteran should have to second guess whether they should go to the emergency room due to a bureaucratic mismanagement of their care coverage. The Bipartisan Relief Act would address this gap in coverage by giving veterans a 60-day grace period after they are enrolled in VA Health to complete their first doctor's appointment. During those 60 days, veterans will still be covered for emergency care at non-VA facilities, eliminating the gap and ensuring veterans can receive the care they need without the worry of surprise bills. I am proud to join Representatives McMorris-Rogers and Pappas in introducing this important and common sense legislation again this Congress, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of its passage. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close. And let me just say it was a delight to join my colleague from Michigan at the Joni Mitchell concert and stand up and participate in Big Yellow Taxi, which is his favorite song. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from
I yield
Illinois.
back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I want to encourage all members to support this legislation. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 815? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Gentleman is recognized. For what purpose? I'm going to rise. Seek recognition.
Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1226 as amended, the Wounded Warrior Access Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1226, a bill to amend Title 38, United States Code, to allow for the electronic request of certain records and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 1226 as amended.
Without objection.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1226 as amended. This bill will require VA to establish a secure online tool which veterans can use to request a copy of their VA claims file or C file. Veterans may want to see their records to ensure the VA received all the evidence they submitted. They may also use this information to decide whether to appeal VA's decision. Currently, veterans must travel to the regional office to view their records, which is inconvenient, or they can request a copy by mail, which can take weeks or even months. I support this bill because it would make it easier for veterans to get their VA records in a timely manner. Furthermore, I have heard increasing concerns from veterans about bad actors attempting to con them out of their benefits. This is unacceptable. H.R. 1226, as amended, would require VA to educate veterans about predatory actors when they log into the VA website. These warnings will prevent veterans from being taken advantage of. I appreciate Representative Aguilar's leadership on this issue. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in support of this bill today. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1226 as amended, the Wounded Warrior Access Act, introduced by my good friend, neighbor, and chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Representative Pete Aguilar. This bill would require VA to establish and maintain a secure internet-based portal to establish a claimant or their representative to make records requests related to VA claims and benefits. Additionally, this bill contains a provision requiring VA to warn claimants about benefit scammers, provide a way to report potentially fraudulent activity, and provide a tool for claimants to search for accredited representation. Currently, to make records requests related to VA claims and benefits, veterans or designated representatives must submit a Freedom of Information Act, otherwise known as a FOIA, or Privacy Act request. Submitting this form, followed by waiting for it to upload into an individual's electronic claims file, and then awaiting action on the request, can be time-consuming and can negatively impact a claimant's ability to understand what records VA is evaluating and what information could better assist in a claim's positive adjudication. Establishing and maintaining a secure internet-based portal to enable a claimant or their representative to make records requests related to VA claims and benefits would modernize this essential process and assist in more timely, positive claim outcomes. This bill would also add another tool in the toolbox for veterans when navigating the complexities of the claims process and will help veterans gain a little more autonomy over their claim. It is my hope that my colleagues will join me in supporting this legislation. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no more speakers, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend who serves on the House Appropriations Committee, the gentleman from my great state of California, Representative Pete Aguilar.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the ranking member for his leadership, and I want to thank the chairman for his important work in this Congress and in this committee. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of H.R. 1226, the Wounded Warrior Access Act, for the same reasons that my colleagues have mentioned. When a veteran files their claim for benefits, they are given the C-file. For a veteran to view this C-file, they must either make an appointment at their local VA office or travel there to view it in person, or submit a form through the mail or fax with no confirmation that it was ever received, or submit a Freedom of Information request for their file. Throughout my time in Congress, I know I'm not the only member who has heard from a number of veterans who have had troubles accessing their C-files for the VA. And just to put this in context, Mr. Speaker, our veterans need these files to access the benefits that they have earned or appeal the VA's decisions about their claim. That's why, Mr. Speaker, this is so important. Veterans in the Inland Empire and across this country need an easy way to access this information without jumping through bureaucratic hoops. This bipartisan bill is a common sense solution that cuts this red tape and will help American veterans. I want to thank again Chairman Bost, Ranking Member Takano, and members of the House Veterans Affairs Committee for their leadership in bringing this bill to the floor. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 1226, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I'm ready to close, and I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I again ask all my colleagues to join me in passing H.R. 1226 as amended, the Wounded Warrior Access Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also encourage my colleagues to support the bill, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1226 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being affirmative, the rules are suspended. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
I request yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move to I will suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1123 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1123, a bill to direct the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to submit to Congress a report examining the cybersecurity of mobile service networks and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, will, and the gentlewoman from California, Miss Eshu, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1123, the Understanding Cybersecurity of Mobile Networks Act. In recent years, we have seen a rise in large-scale cybersecurity attacks that put Americans at risk. While mobile service providers take numerous steps to address vulnerabilities in their networks, threats to our mobile networks continue to exist. To sufficiently address threats across networks, Congress needs a sophisticated and comprehensive assessment of what vulnerabilities persist, what issues have been resolved, and where mobile cybersecurity policy making should be focused. The Understanding Cybersecurity of Mobile Networks Act requires the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, NTIA, to submit to Congress a comprehensive report examining the cybersecurity of existing wireless networks and vulnerabilities to cyber attacks and surveillance by adversaries. This bipartisan bill will ensure that communication networks are safe and protect the privacy and security of the American people. I want to thank the gentlelady from California's 16th District and the gentlelady from Florida's 3rd District for leading the bipartisan legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening in strong support of H.R. 1123, the Understanding Cybersecurity of Mobile Networks Act. It's bipartisan legislation, and I'm proud to have authored it. Every single day, Americans make calls, they send texts, and they access data on 2G, 3G, and 4G networks. Yet, we lack a comprehensive assessment of what vulnerabilities exist on these networks, what issues have been resolved, and where mobile cybersecurity policymaking should be focused. That's what this legislation addresses. It requires the NTIA, as the chairman said, in consultation with the Department of Homeland Security, to conduct a comprehensive study on the cybersecurity vulnerabilities of these networks and report those findings to the Congress. Americans need to trust the networks that they use and know that Congress is working to ensure that these networks are safe, and this bill will help us accomplish that. I thank Congresswoman Kamek for her partnership, and I urge all of my colleagues to support the passage of H.R. 1123. And I don't believe we have anyone on this side that wishes to speak, so I think I'm going to yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, at this time, recognize the gentlelady from Florida's 3rd District for 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1123, the Understanding Cybersecurity of Mobile Networks Act. H.R. 1123 would require the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, in partnership with relevant agencies and other stakeholders, to study the current state of U.S. mobile communications networks and to report to Congress on its findings. This report is developed by compiling government and non-governmental research and would assess the cybersecurity of these networks and vulnerabilities in the networks or mobile devices for cyber attacks and surveillance conducted by our adversaries. adversaries. Americans rely on their phones and mobile networks more than ever to communicate with family, friends, and to conduct business all across the country. At the same time, cybersecurity threats to these essential U.S. communications networks have never been higher. Accordingly, Congress must be informed of these threats and any successful tools or methods used to counter or mitigate existing cyber threats. This bill would do just that by simply providing Congress an overview of the status of mobile network cybersecurity, which would include the degree to which cyber vulnerabilities have been addressed, are being addressed, or will be addressed. The report required by this bill takes an important first step in tackling network security by informing Congress, stakeholders, and most importantly, the American people of the security or lack thereof of these vital mobile networks. I am so proud to lead this bill along with my colleague, Ms. Eshoo, and I want to thank my good friend, our chairman of the subcommittee. Thank you for your leadership on this important issue. I urge all my colleagues to vote in support of this bill, and I yield back.
From Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no other speakers on this, and prepared to close is generally prepared to close.
The gentleman has the only time
I already
remaining.
yielded back. We have no more speakers.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, cyber attacks are increasing in this country, not decreasing. And again, that's why this bipartisan bill will ensure the communications networks are safe and that they will protect the privacy and security of the American people. I urge support of this very important legislation, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1123 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1226 and H.R. 1123. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted in 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Boss, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1226 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1226, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to allow for the electronic request of certain records and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Good. The yeas are 422. The nays are 0. 0 recorded as present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. Too late. You want to tell her? Too late. The House will be in order if members will take their seats. Still works. Be in order. Members take their seats, please. So the members in the well take their seats. All right. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, I have the honor to transmit herewith a copy of a letter received from Ms. Susan J. Bills, Commissioner, Commonwealth of Virginia, Department of Elections, indicating that, according to the unofficial results of this special election held February 21, 2023, the Honorable Jennifer McClellan was elected for Representative to Congress for the 4th Congressional District, Commonwealth of Virginia. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson, Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentlewoman from Virginia, the Honorable Jennifer L. McClellan, be permitted to take the oath today. Her certificate of election has not arrived, but there's no contest and no question has been raised in regard to her election.
Without objection, will Representative-elect McClellan and the members of the Virginia delegation present themselves in the well? All members will rise, and the representative-elect will please raise her right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will and faithfully discharge the duties of the office of which you are about to enter, so help you God.
I do.
Congratulations. You are a member of the 118th Congress. Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as the Dean of the Virginia Congressional Delegation, who you see in the well, to introduce and welcome to Congress the newest representative from the Commonwealth of Virginia, Jennifer McClellan. Representative McClellan was born in Petersburg, Virginia, and is a daughter of educators at Virginia State University and HBCU in Virginia's 4th Congressional District, which she now represents. She is a graduate of the University of Richmond and received her law degree from the University of Virginia. A dedicated public servant, Representative McClellan has represented the Richmond area in the House of Delegates and Senate of Virginia for the last 17 years. Through her time in the Virginia General Assembly, she has been a committed and principled legislator, working to expand access to voting rights reproductive rights, and environmental protections in the Commonwealth of Virginia. She has successfully sponsored more than 350 pieces of legislation during her tenure in the Virginia General Assembly. She lives in Richmond with her husband, David Mills, and 2 children, Jackson and Samantha. And with her victory in last month's special election, she made history as the first black woman ever elected to the Congress from Virginia. I know she will continue making history with her steadfast commitment to the 4th Congressional District, fighting for their voices to be heard in this chamber. And I know she'll also carry on the legacy of her predecessor, our dear late friend, the Congressman from the 4th District, Donald McEachin. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to now yield to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Scott, for your introduction. Thank you to the members of the Virginia delegation and my new colleagues. I rise as the newest member of Virginia's 4th Congressional District. And the first African-American woman elected to this body from the Commonwealth of Virginia. I thank the voters of the 4th Congressional District for placing their trust in me to serve in this, the People's House. Today, I succeed, but can never replace A. Donald McEachin. Thank you. Who was a friend, mentor, and colleague whom I served with in the Virginia House of Delegates and succeeded in the Senate of Virginia. I stand on his shoulders. I stand on the shoulders of John Mercer Langston, the first African American to represent Virginia, also from the 4th District. I did not make this journey alone, and thank the friends, family, and supporters who have supported me along the way. First and foremost, I thank my husband, David Mills. I thank my son, Jackson, who is excited to show off his dance moves, and my daughter, Samantha. I thank my mother, Lois McClellan. She will be the first to tell you that she is half responsible for me. And she and my late father, the Dr. James F. McClellan, Jr., on whose Bible I took the oath of office, are why I'm here. I grew up listening to their stories of their childhood during the Depression, coming of age during World War II and its aftermath, and raising a family through the tumult of the 1960s and 70s. They saw the best of government in the New Deal. They saw the worst of government in Jim Crow. Their stories and a love of history that they sparked in me taught me at a young age that at its best, government is a force for helping people and solving problems. At its worst, government is a force that oppresses some for the benefit of a few. Their stories sparked a desire to dedicate myself to making government by, of, and for the people actually work for the people, solving problems and making their lives and communities better. That desire led me to serve in the Virginia General Assembly for 18 sessions, whereas the daughter and granddaughter of men who paid poll taxes and the great-granddaughter of a man who took a literacy test and had to find 3 white men to vouch for him to be able to vote. And yet I was able to pass over 370 pieces of legislation, including the Voting Rights Act of Virginia. I stand on the shoulders of my parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents, recognizing that in a lot of ways, I'm fighting the same fights that they did. And I stand here to ensure that my children and yours don't have to fight those same fights. I am honored, humbled, and excited to get to work with you for the people of Virginia's 4th Congressional District and this great nation of ours. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Yeah.
Would I do this? Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the Chair announces to the House that in light of the administration of the oath to the gentlewoman from Virginia, the whole number of the House is 435. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1123 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1123, a bill to direct the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to submit to Congress a report examining the cybersecurity of mobile service networks and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 393, the nays are 22, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. It's my first. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute. Shh. House will be in order. Why does it keep cutting off?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor George Schwartz, who was chosen to be the Grand Marshal for this year's Savannah St. Patrick's Day Parade. Mr. Schwartz, a graduate of Jenkins High School, has spent his entire life living in and serving Savannah. His dedication to his hometown is matched by his pride in his Irish heritage. Mr. Schwartz has served on the Parade Council for almost 40 years, a council that his father and grandfather served on as well. Being chosen to be the Grand Marshal for this parade is the highest honor for any Savannian with Irish blood, and I cannot think of anyone more deserving than Mr. Schwartz. To be a Grand Marshal is no small honor. It is in recognition of years of hard work. He knows this parade so well. I have even heard that if he is given a random parade float number, he can tell you exactly what floats will come before and after that one. I know that Mr. Schwartz will make a great Grand Marshal, and I look forward to seeing the parade he puts on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ensure Sarah Keys Evans' name is engraved in history forever. We're taught about Rosa Parks, but Sarah Keys Evans' story occurred well before Miss Parks, and please allow me to share with you her story. Mr. Speaker, it was August 1st, 1952, when Miss Evans, an enlistee in the Women's Era Corps, boarded a bus for Washington, North Carolina, on leave from Fort Dix to visit her parents. It was a long trip, so she took the most comfortable seat she could find. However, the bus driver demanded Miss Evans give up her seat, and when she refused, the police took her into custody, where she spent 13 hours in jail in Roanoke Rapids, North Carolina, and paid $25 for disorderly conduct. I recently introduced a bill that would honor Sarah Keys Evans with the Congressional Gold Medal, an honor she's more than deserving of. Indeed, she's a trailblazer, and this is a significant part of not only women's history, but American history. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and welcome to Washington, D.C., a group of dedicated...
The gentlewoman will suspend?
Yes.
Gentlewoman seek unanimous consent.
I seek unanimous consent to address the floor today, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is ready.
You are so kind. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and welcome to Washington, D.C., a group of dedicated nursing and respiratory therapy students and professionals from West Coast University and American Career College. West Coast University first opened in Dallas, Texas, its campus in 2012, and has since established a state-of-the-art facility in Richardson, providing important education to thousands of students. These colleges play a vital role in expanding access to nursing education and addressing workforce shortages among healthcare professionals across the United States. They are committed to preparing the next generation of healthcare professionals to meet our country's rising demand for care. As the daughter of a nurse, I know firsthand that our healthcare workers are our heroes. My mom worked the graveyard shift so that she could be there to tuck my brother and I into bed and be home for us when we woke up. Please join me in welcoming these fine students to our nation's capital as they share with Congress their experience, passion, and perspective on providing quality nursing and healthcare. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Women's History Month. It is important to celebrate contributions women have made to our country. For example, Katherine Johnson, Dorothy Vaughan, and Mary Jackson helped put a man on the moon. Mary McLeod Bethune was an educator and served as an advisor to 3 U.S. presidents. Dorothy Height was considered the godmother of the women's movement for her work to advance gender equality. Charlotte Ray was the first female African-American lawyer in the United States. Ida Wells was born into slavery and became an outspoken advocate for women's issues. And Dr. Rebecca Lee Crumpler dedicated her life to caring for low-income women across the East Coast. These women are a few of the many talented ones who have benefited our country, and I get the honor of seeing their legacy in work of the many brilliant women making history in the U.S. Congress today. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate and commend Fort Myers Southwest Florida International Airport, better known as RSW, for being ranked the #1 airport in the United States of America according to Travel Lens USA Airport Report. As a member of Congress that proudly represents RSW, I'm ecstatic to stand here today to shine light on this distinct accolade within my district. In 2022, RSW set a record for the total number of passengers, despite the severe impact stemming from Hurricane Ian. To be frank, there are many reasons why a record number of Americans are visiting and moving to Southwest Florida. The inherent beauty of RSW speaks for itself. Now imagine the stunning beauty throughout my entire district. I can confidently say that I have the most beautiful district in the country and the best district overall, especially considering how many members come and visit my district. Finally, I want to share a few quick statistics. The average wait time at RSW is 16 minutes. It is second in the nation for the lowest amount of carbon emissions per passenger. And number 3, it has the 4th highest passenger satisfaction rating in the United States of America. Once again, I want to congratulate RSW for receiving this great honor for being ranked America's best airport. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 1 minute.
50 years ago today, New Mexico was the first state to adopt a law that recognizes language and culture are inseparable, that students learn better if they take the language from their kitchen into their classroom. 50 years ago, my parents helped write and pass the Bilingual Multicultural Education Act. So Karis, Tiwa, Toa, Diné, Apache, Zuni, Spanish, and ASL would be taught in our schools. Like many New Mexicans, they understood the importance of culturally relevant content. Today, 70% of New Mexico school districts have bilingual multicultural instruction. Bilingualism is a treasure. Nearly 22% of the U.S. speaks a language other than English at home, and roughly 245 indigenous languages are spoken across the country. Studies have shown that having a second language helps students be better problem solvers, more creative, able to concentrate and communicate better. Que viva nuestra herencia y cultura. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to call on this body to work in a bipartisan way to preserve Social Security and Medicare. As I've said time and again when meeting with constituents, I'm fully committed not only to protecting Social Security and Medicare for current and near retirees, but also strengthening and preserving these programs for future generations. I was proud to sign on to House Resolution 109, which reaffirms this commitment, and to co-sponsor H.R. 82, the Social Security Fairness Act, another important measure. Those who have paid into Social Security should not have their benefits reduced, especially given the affordability crisis impacting so many families across my district and the country, including our seniors, who are among the hardest hit by inflation and rising costs. It is incumbent on all of us to never cease in fighting for the millions of Americans who have paid into and rely on these crucial programs. We must preserve them for future generations. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 20, the Richard L. Trumka Protecting the Right to Organize Act of 2023, legislation that honors the name and tireless advocacy of my friend who passed away all too soon. Throughout my career in public office, I have been proud to stand with organized labor and the American workers. Unions are the backbone of Northwest Indiana economy, and we must do all we can to fight for the right to collectively bargain. The PRO Act improves the ability for all workers to form a union and improve their ability to collectively bargain for fair wages, safe working conditions, access to health care benefits, and a secure retirement. I appreciate the continued leadership of Ranking Member Bobby Scott and my colleagues on the Education and Workforce Committee, and I encourage all my colleagues to join me in standing with our workers in supporting the PRO Act. I thank you, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Just a few weeks ago, I declared this year the Year of the Child. And in the course of that moment, I have seen the abuse of children around the world. In Ukraine, where Russia has stolen 700,000 children, all the way to the United States of America and the state of Texas, where the state education agency is attempting to take over the 7th largest school district in the nation, Houston Independent School District, where the children have been performing at their very best, even in spite of the pandemic. There's been a law that was passed that suggested that if the schools had a number of years of what we call failing grades, then it would immediately throw them into the hands of the state agency that has no capability of running a school system, no capability of dealing with teachers and raising their salaries, no capability of dealing with parents, support staff, excellent children and their performance. And so I'm asking the U.S. Department of Education and President Biden to step in to protect school districts across America and to keep them from political footballing that happens in Republican governors who are attempting to make an example of these school districts. These children are brilliant. They can learn. They're majority minority, and they can learn. I believe it is important that school districts be allowed to teach with teachers and parents lead and not to be taken over by a board of manager that answers to no one. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentlewoman from Florida, Mr. Phyllis McCormick, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend the remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of today's special order, which is voting rights.
Without objection.
It is with great honor that I rise today to co-anchor this CBC Special Order Hour along with my distinguished co-lead, Rep. Jackson. For the next 60 minutes, members of the CBC will have an opportunity to speak directly to the American people on voting rights, an issue of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, and constituents we represent, and all Americans. In 2018, Florida voters overwhelmingly approved Amendment 4, with more than 64% of the voters. This historic constitutional amendment automatically restored voting rights to most Floridians with past convictions who had completed the terms of their sentence. Before this vote, Florida was one of only 4 states that enacted permanent felony disenfranchisement that affected about 1.7 million felonies. However, in June of 2019, Governor Ron DeSantis signed a misguided law that prohibited returning citizens from voting unless they pay off certain legal financial obligations imposed by a court pursuant to a felony conviction. This abhorrent, undemocratic law has created a pay-to-vote system in the state of Florida, which overwhelmingly targets Black and brown communities. Florida has no centralized system to tell what a person might owe, so it is often impossible for people with past convictions and election officials to know who is eligible to vote. Last year, the DeSantis administration started prosecuting people with past convictions, making honest mistakes about their eligibility, intimidating potential voters, and further undermining the right of the Amendment 4 given to millions of Floridians. Many of the people arrested were told by local election officials that they were eligible to vote. Due to the confusing law that Tallahassee Republicans put into law, these officials mistakenly misled these individuals by telling them that they were eligible to vote. Armed with this new election police unit, the DeSantis administration arrested 20 people who were among the 11 million Floridians who voted in 2020 elections. The Republicans in Tallahassee and Washington are using fear and misinformation to disenfranchise millions of voters because they know their policies are not popular. It is time that Governor DeSantis and the Florida legislature honor the will of our constituents and implement Amendment 4 as it is written. It is now my privilege to yield to Honorable Ms. Terry Sewell from the state of Alabama.
Today I rise to join with my CBC colleagues in commemorating the 58th anniversary of Bloody Sunday and to call on my colleagues to take action to protect our most valuable and sacred right to vote. As the daughter of Selma, Alabama, it was in my hometown of Selma exactly 58 years ago where John Lewis and the foot soldiers shed blood on the Edmund Pettus Bridge for the equal right of all Americans to vote. It was in Selma where ordinary Americans peacefully protested so that every American could enjoy the full promise of our democracy. And it was in Selma where these brave foot soldiers were met with tear gas and unspeakable violence. But we know that their sacrifice was not in vain. Indeed, it was the courage and the tenacity of those brave foot soldiers that brought us the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and provided federal oversight to ensure that no state could restrict the right to vote based on the color of a person's skin. This past weekend, I was proud to welcome President Biden and a bipartisan delegation of congressional colleagues to Alabama to commemorate the anniversary of Bloody Sunday. I applaud the President for his appearance at the Edmund Pettus Bridge and his dedication and recommitment to ensuring that our history is never forgotten. Coming to lay eyes on the faces and places of the movement is indeed a brave and powerful thing to do. I also want to acknowledge that this year was different. It was different not only because the President came to visit us, but also because on January 12th, my hometown of Selma suffered a major disaster with a tornado that destroyed thousands of properties in Selma. So The president's visit was twofold. It was both an acknowledgement of the importance of voting rights, but also an acknowledgement that he and the federal government will be there to help my hometown rebuild. After all, Selma is a custodian of America's history. We are merely the custodians of that history. I want to honor and applaud my colleagues at the CBC for doing this special order hour on voting rights. And I want to say that it's very important that we not only talk about voting rights, but that we do something about voting rights. We passed the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which I'm so proud to sponsor and be the author of, twice out of the House of Representatives, but both times it languished over in the Senate because of an archaic procedural rule called the filibuster. We need to not give up and be tireless in our efforts to ensure that every American has the right to vote. After all, we in the CBC understand all too well that we would not be here if it weren't for the sacrifices of those who came before us, who laid their lives on the line so that this country could live up to its highest ideals of democracy and equality for all. So again, I commend the CBC, my colleagues tonight. I'm honored to join you in making sure that we keep this alive. You know, it was John Lewis who said that the vote is the most precious, fundamental right in our society. And he also reminded us that our struggle is not a struggle for one day, 1 week, or 1 year. Our struggle, the struggle for voting rights, is a struggle of a lifetime. And we in the CBC are committed. We are committed to making sure that we pass the Voting Rights Advancement Act named after our beloved John Lewis. I thank you for allowing me to begin this special order hour, and again commend my colleagues for joining us in the fight to make sure that all Americans have access to the ballot box.
Thank you, Representative Sewell. It is my pleasure to yield to the Honorable Chairman Horsford from Nevada, the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus.
I want to thank my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus and this evening, Representative Sheila Sherfilis McCormick and Representative Jonathan Jackson for organizing this special order hour and leading as co-anchors this evening. As chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus, I rise today to join my colleagues in this hour focused on the push for voting rights. Today, March 7th, is the 58th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, which occurred in Selma, Alabama, at the Edmund Pettus Bridge. That day, people gathered to march to the capital of Alabama, but they only made it a few miles before state troopers beat the protesters and shed blood on the bridge and streets of Selma. Among the marchers was a 25-year-old young man named John Lewis. Years before he would come to join us here in the halls of Congress, he was a civil rights leader and activist. Some today might call him woke by their standards. And he was, in fact, woke. Woke to disenfranchisement of black men and women in the South. Woke to the fact that in Dallas County, Alabama, where he marched and where the police beat him, black folks made up more than half of the population, but yet somehow only made up 2% of the registered voters. When the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was arrested in Selma a few months earlier, he wrote in the New York Times, quote, "This is Selma, Alabama. There are more Negroes in jail than there are on the voting rolls," unquote. In the nearby town of Marion, tensions hit a fever pitch when on February 18, 1965, state troopers clubbed protesters and fatally shot 26-year-old Jimmy Lee Jackson, an African-American demonstrator trying to protect his mother, who was being struck by police. Civil rights leaders planned to take their cause directly to Alabama Governor George Wallace on a 54-mile march from Selma to the state capital of Montgomery. Although Wallace ordered state troopers to use whatever means are necessary to prevent a march, approximately 600 voting rights advocates set out from the Brown Chapel AME Church on Sunday March 7th. I was honored to join my colleague, Representative Terry Sewell, and other members at Brown Chapel AME Church just this Sunday. The demonstrators marched peacefully through downtown Selma. As they began to cross the bridge spanning the Alabama River, the marchers who gazed up could see the name of a Confederate general and grand dragon of the Alabama Ku Klux Klan, Edmund Pettus, staring right back at them in big block letters emblazoned across that bridge. Soon after, the melee began, and the police took out their batons and tear gas to attack the peaceful marchers. John Lewis later testified in court that he was knocked to the ground and was hit in the head with a nightstick by a state trooper. What was different from this march and this fight was the many television cameras that captured the brutal moments on film and aired them across the country. It was a turning point in the fight for civil rights and for voting rights. Just months after the Civil Rights Act of 1964 had been signed into law. I had the opportunity, as I said, to join some of my colleagues in Selma, in Birmingham, and in Montgomery this weekend, which I may add is now represented by our colleague in the Congressional Black Caucus, Congresswoman Terry Sewell. And I was pleased that President Biden was there with us, recognizing the need for our renewed action on voting rights for all. The John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act would ensure every American can exercise their vote. And as the conscience of the Congress, the Congressional Black Caucus has always held voting rights at the forefront of our efforts in Congress. And let me just say this. This is the first time in nearly 40 years that reauthorization of sections of the Voting Rights Act has not been passed in a bipartisan way. In nearly 40 years, there have been previous Congresses where this was never controversial. The idea of reauthorizing one of our most fundamental rights as American citizens, the right to vote. And so my question to my colleagues on the other side is, why won't you join with us, as your colleagues in previous Congresses have done, to reauthorize the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act? We're calling on you today to join with us to protect and restore the sacred right to vote. We understand that this legislation must be passed. This is not a Republican, a Democrat, or independent issue. This is not a black, brown, or white issue. This is a fundamental issue around voting rights. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the time for the Congressional Black Caucus today, and again to thank all of my colleagues who have joined us on the floor this evening, and to our great co-chairs, Representative Sherfilis McCormick and Representative Jackson, for leading this special order hour. Let's pass the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act this Congress. I yield back.